So yeah, just gonna be doing some dailies here in Ogrilla, and then I'm gonna try to do the Mekanar heroic dailies, and probably just, I don't know, have a chat with whoever is bored enough to show up. Mm. I'm really not fascinated by these quests. Like, for dailies, some of them are really annoying. This one is sort of alright, sort of. But the one where you have to kill 15 demons and whatever, that's a rather long quest for something that's supposed to be a daily. Should be maybe like 3, if even that. It's even more annoying because you've got like 2 areas and I don't know, 1,000 players trying to do those quests, fighting over the same mobs. Not exactly fascinating. What the hell just happened? Random droid just died next to me. I don't even know what killed him. And the most annoying part for me is how you constantly have to change and use a bunch of quest items. Like, you need the rope to gather these guys, you need the bombs for this thing, and you need that crystal shards, whatever, to banish the demons. Like, bro, you can tell it's you can tell it was pretty much early days for the concept of dailies. They weren't really, I don't know, fleshed out all that well. I mean, if you were to do them once, just once, it would be okay, but having to do this sort of stuff every day for, I don't know, however long, they would have realized at some point that, wait, this would be terribly annoying for players. At least you'd think they would. And these nether rays, or whatever the hell they are, it's like, why do they constantly show up on your tail after you got them? Because that just creates a different problem. You can barely see what you're doing in some cases. Yeah, early days, they hadn't figured out how daily quests should have worked. And here is what I was talking about. You've got like people getting those demons over there. Over here you've got a single one. Over here you've got another guy. Like, if I wanted to get my 15 demons here, yeah, best of luck, mate. And of course over there there's another guy, and so on. I'm gonna try my luck at the other end over there. See if the southern part is more, I don't know, or rather less populated. Usually by the time I get to this quest, the final part, the last nether ray, whatever, disappears. It's, yeah, like that. It's super annoying. Okay, that doesn't look particularly promising either. What about here? Single lonely mob. Another, well, you know what, I'm actually gonna try to get these two. It's way too far. And of course the quest item has a cooldown, like, yeah, super amazing. Had to fear those guys because I couldn't even see what the hell I was doing with the fire and everything. Yeah, all that effort and all I got was, what, 5 demons? Hardly anything to hit around here, like a bit of a joke. Oh, someone else already got the other guy, and someone else is gonna get that one. Or maybe not. Or maybe they will. The shaman is not inviting that guy, and I can't do anything about it. Dude, that was next to me, why would you? Okay. Alright. Probably upset that the shaman did not invite him. There's precious little I can do about that. Oh, okay. Maybe we help him with this last mob, although I am done. So, now that I'm done with this nonsense, I might as well just try to queue for Heroic Mechanar. I've got sort of a double daily here. It wasn't, normally a double daily. It was just they're always or almost always separate, but I had one of them saved from a few days ago, and I figured I'm gonna hold on to that until I get two of them. The moment, ignore this retard. So that's something I absolutely never do. Like join because whatever, I don't know, nether HR, like no, nothing's HR. Especially, that's the funny part. It's like when a druid goes like nether HR. Bro, I'm gonna struggle to DPS anything. The entire group is gonna struggle. You're not a paladin. And for all the struggle, you want to hard reserve stuff? Yeah, how about no? Not that it would change if it was, I don't know, paladin, like, no, I don't need your HR bullshit. I'm gonna try to see if I can join this random group. Shadow priests are not particularly... Well, fuck off. Even gonna reply, like, fuck, go fuck yourself. Should have stated in the group description so that I wouldn't waste my time on them. But I guess that would have been too complicated. I don't care about the Abacus, and honestly, I don't even care about the Nether. I needed one Nether for this piece of whatever engineering thing, but I just refuse to carry these retards through heroics when they actually need gear, like someone needs a Bacchus apparently, and they go Nether HR, like, how about no? I've got no reason to carry your sorry ass, and you take everything, like, fuck off. Do we have anything, or probably not? I'm just gonna park the Shadow Priest there, and then I'm gonna move the Warlock here as well, and see if that works out better. And their reasoning, by the way, their bullshit reasoning rather, is yeah, but if you go with us, you no longer have to wait in the queue and whatever. Yeah, who the fuck is waiting in the queue? Like these fuckers, they've got a healer and a tank, right? And they're the ones waiting because no one's willing to carry their sorry asses. Like if you need a Bacchus at this point, yeah, you actually need to get carried. And you want to hard reserve stuff, fuck off. Honestly, they need to just completely remove the master looter option from the game. Should only be personal loot or just, you know, need/greed. Because it's being abused so fucking much. Like, I would understand if they said, you know, a Bacchus HR, although even that shouldn't be possible. Like, okay, just invite people who don't need that shit, like bring two casters, and then you don't need to hard reserve a Bacchus, right? But when you're going like a Bacchus HR, Nether HR, like, the fuck, go solo the fucking instance, bitch. Okay, I need to mail this stuff, but of course there's no mailbox here. Huge surprise, am I right? And I'm going to relog to move the Warlock here as well, and wait and see if I get a group on one of them. I might try to do the Warlock first, just because, I don't know, it's usually easier to find a group as a Warlock. And yeah, again, I don't even need the Nether on the Shadow Priest, it's just that I refuse to sponsor, as it were, these fuckers. Just entitled pricks, really. They are under this impression that they're doing everyone a favor by creating a group and waiting half an hour in the queue until they find someone willing to carry their sorry asses. So we respect to sort of more of a PV spec, really. It's affliction, but it should fucking work. Not a huge problem. And let's see, Mechanar Heroic. Yeah, but they're still in the fucking queue, you know? Like, they'd be doing me such a huge favor if they allowed me to join their group where they need to reserve loot because they're still fucking fighting over heroic blue items. Yeah, just had to tell both of them to fuck off. Like, they're actually, spam whispering people. I just fucking logged on this warlock, and they're spamming people like, hey, Nether HR and whatever. Fuck off, Nether HR. Fortunately, after you ignore them, you no longer see their groups in the queue, which is, yeah, it's pretty good. The sad part is that the ignore list is limited. You can't ignore every retard in this game. Like, yeah, let me carry your sorry asses through fucking Mechanar, so you can do me the huge fucking favor of taking everything from there. Unwanted. What is unwanted? I want everything, because I'm poor and I need the gold, right? Unwanted. Your fucking birth was unwanted. Fucking trash. Might have to wait for a group, which is fine. Not particularly bothered by it. I might actually go and run a solo SP like on the lock again for another. This, by the way, this bullshit is what's making it so difficult for WoW to get new players, in case you're wondering. Because as a new player, you might not have the knowledge and the experience of a somewhat more, shall we say, veteran player. And you might create an account, you might try to start gearing up based on whatever some random website told you, right? And as soon as you do that, you hit this brick wall where everything you want is hard reserved. And then as a new player, what are you gonna do? You're just gonna go, this is a shit fucking game. I can't do anything, I can't progress, I'm just gonna cancel the subscription and whatever. And that's what's happening. If you're wondering why it's not gaining traction among newer players, this is why. Because the retards, so-called devs, couldn't foresee this. Like, it was so fucking difficult to figure out that if you allow any player to abuse a system, that player will abuse the said system. Just, they couldn't figure things out. Who the fuck is gonna read this? Like, 2k GS feral tanking, 4 Primer Nether. No clown fiestas, no crap gear demons. Like, this guy wants a raid team. Note the 1600 GS plus only, right? I don't even have that. And I have 4 pieces of tier 4, the Prince necklace, the Prince cloak, the Alar wrist, um, the Gruul sword, Nether Spite offhand. This is my worst piece of gear, I would say, the black stock. SSC belt, spell strike, some random fucking boots, Macteridan ring, the ring of recurrence, and obviously the best in slot trinkets. And I don't have 1600. So basically, this guy wants to get carried by 4 people with better gear than I have, and he wants to reserve the nether, and he's a fucking feral. Like, the moment I start spamming seed, it's goodbye. No clown fiestas. Like, I need you to carry me, I need you to be super raid geared, and I'm going to take the one thing everyone wants, the nether, right? Yeah. I get the feeling that that fucker is going to be in the queue far longer than I will be here. Speaking of which, be right back. Alright, let's see. Still nothing. Very well. I suppose I will just go and run SP, just so I don't waste too much time waiting for a group. Might do this later with some guildies or whatever. But yeah, this release, this expansion, whatever you want to call it, it's been just like that, pure aids for a lot of classes. So if we looked at, I don't know, let's say, actually, let's look at Mechanar, right? So there's this trinket, right, this one. And some classes do want it, for whatever reason, not my problem. And then you've got, oh, I don't know, Black Moraz, where you've got, oh, where you've got this other trinket that other classes want, like, I don't know, shamans, hunters, whatever, I don't know. And this expansion, this release, I've been sort of lucky enough to play two casters, so I could go and run through instances, whatever. But every time I was joining Black Moras or Mechanar or whatever, or rather queuing for them, I would get an invite straight away because people were desperate to get casters, since we obviously don't need or want those trinkets. And every single group had them HR. And it's the same with other stuff, right? So if you go and look at, I don't know, say Gruul, I don't know whether there are any groups, right? DSTHR, right? DST open, in this case, it's got some other stuff HR. Not a lot of groups today because it's Tuesday. The reset is tomorrow, so everyone who wanted to do this stuff has already done it. I don't know if it's... Yeah, apparently there is a group for Macteridan, and it's similar stuff here. One chest token HR, and so on. Usually it's the Macteridan's head or the Eye of Macteridan that are HR. I've not had to deal with that. I've joined some random pugs, whatever. But that is a gatekeeping thing that's pissing a lot of people off. Like, you know, if you're trying to get some items, and it's not just, you know, DST, not just the Eye of Macteridan, as you could see, it applies to items from Heroics as well, you can't do it, because some people are going to hard reserve stuff. Well, in that case, you know, at least in theory, you don't need to join the group, you can make your own group, and a lot of people are trying, yeah. But that sort of thing shouldn't happen. It shouldn't be possible, in my opinion. It's the same with other stuff, you know, including trash farming in SSC, TK, and later on in Sunwell, BT, whatever. It's super, super annoying. Like, people are trying to get gear and they can never get a fucking thing. I don't even have underwater breath on my bars in my PvE spec. Dungeon difficulty, heroic, that's fine. Alright, let's try to get this done. I've got exactly one of each. One invisibility potion and one water walking potion. So assuming I make no stupid mistakes, I should be fine, sort of. We'll see. That's a bit risky. I think I'm just gonna wait and go around them. Or maybe I will just go right now. This is a bit stupid. It's a bit risky. I shouldn't have done it. But hopefully the invisibility potion will last long enough. Yeah, I should be out of range. Let's make sure that we don't fail too hard here. As in, let's make sure that if I die, I'm able to resurrect and keep running, because otherwise it would be a bit meh. I shouldn't really die here, but you know, it's never that simple, right? But yeah, if you all really want a nether, how about you go and do this instead of needing 4 other people with significantly better gear carry you for an instance and then having the audacity of going, yeah, I'm hard reserving, whatever. No. How about you're not hard reserving a fucking thing? Not with me anyway. Got Blood Fury on, so that's a bit of a problem. I should still be able to survive that rain of fire though. Yeah, I decided to just deathcore that guy cause I can't be bothered with his nonsense. I'm also using this to farm some shards. Yesterday I've done a bunch of arena games, like so many I've lost track, 134. Didn't go all that well, experimenting with a team comp, but it didn't go well at all, just because we, both of us, were not really experienced in playing in that team format, so it didn't really go all that great, to be perfectly honest. We did win a bunch of games, but we also lost like half games, so definitely not amazing. Hopefully we have learned from it, and hopefully we will do better when we get back and try again. Nah, dude, that's not fine. But yeah, like I said, I am also using this thing to try to farm a few shards. I've struggled a bit yesterday because in arena games I was constantly spending shards on resummoning pets and
You
whatever
brought this
else.
on yourselves.
Yeah, we did bring this on ourselves. That is correct. He should be out of mana now. Not entirely sure. Yeah, he is out of mana. And with my luck, I will probably get invited to a Mechanar group now when I'm busy with this guy. Right? Okay, that immolate failed for whatever reason, so... Oh crap, I I used the shadow bolt on the totem. Ah, stupid mistakes, am I right? Okay, that's just corrupted Nova, don't really mind it. Oops. Seriously, bro? You're gonna hit me like that? And I get a shard here. Kind of want one. That took what, 5 minutes and 45 seconds? Yeah, almost 6 minutes. It's acceptable, I guess. I just hate it when I fail that jump, like, that's really poor gameplay. But at the same time, honestly, it's not that easy to consistently do it. It's not really difficult or anything, but it's not as simple as some of the videos you might watch, including this one, will occasionally make it look. Takes a bit of training, so to speak. Another shard? Oh crap, I forgot to... Hmm. I tend to use the C keybind for drain soul and for drain mana. I just replace the ability there from time to time. So for menu and for arena, I go with drain mana only, but for everything else, I tend to use drain soul there, shard farming, and whatever. Truth is, warlocks just have so many keybinds. It's honestly kind of insane. We're not stopping, bro. We are. No drain soul on that one. Unfortunate. What about this guy? Can we get a shard from this guy? Yeah, of course we can. Let's actually delist here, because I don't, at this point, I don't feel like getting an invite to my canal and interrupting me and having to redo the trash here again afterwards. So I'd rather finish this, and after that, yeah, sure, I can very well go and get an invite to my canal. Let's see. We managed to get both groups this time. It is a bit difficult, to tell you the truth. You need to get a bit lucky to get both of them. Like, they need a specific patrol pattern, right? We did manage to get another shard, always good. This, on the other hand, is not so good. Come on, give me my shard. Thank you. Very kind. It's not saving a lot of time. It just makes it a bit easier for me, because I don't have to constantly go up that ramp to pull the next pack. so this is not really a time save in any way. Good. We managed to reflect the siphon life. That should heal us significantly faster. It just allows me to life tap more, shall we say, freely when I'm able to get that reflected. Don't like that. Yeah. Managed to get another siphon life. That's good. Uh, I'm not 100% sure that I got every pack. That's kind of weird. So I got that pack. I got. Yeah, I'm just not sure that I managed to get all of them. So I know I went on that route and I got this. I hope I got every pack, but if I didn't, I am totally dying on this next bowl. Just didn't keep track of this nonsense, to be honest. Damn. Okay, that's the spirit. It's only got a 50% chance to reflect, so sometimes it just doesn't reflect Siphon Life, and I am trying to get it reflected on me. Damn. Oh, lucky. Gee, well, that's quite unfortunate. I reflected both of them. I need to reflect a couple of Siphon lives, but that's kind of difficult. Just to make sure that I don't die to my own bloody dots, right? And that is a lost shard right there. That aside, this should be all of the trash. Let's just see how this goes. Still got my soul stone for a couple of minutes. Hopefully I won't be needing it though. But I'm just going to create another hellstone, another soulstone. Always good to have them on hand. And I guess let's see. So it's at this point that I tend to summon the eye as soon as the patrol made it to that specific position. Because if I'm lucky, by the time I get there with the eye, the patrol is in place to aggro everything else on the way, right? Bro, seriously? That's a huge, huge, huge fail. I don't even know how I managed to fail that hard. But apparently I did, so... Hopefully they will aggro this time. Orion Vein, not a minor, sadly. You're just in time. And off we go to the races. And speaking of races, there was another one in the news today. Some Somali guy apparently tried to stab someone in Northern Ireland, and I'm sure everyone was extremely surprised. Gotta wonder when they're gonna stop pretending like that's something they didn't expect, that no one could have seen coming, and so on. Kind of cute. It's like, yeah, we're allowing some guys to come here. We're not really going to be able to support them, to allow them to integrate in our glorious society, right? Um, and what I mean by that is not just saying nice things. It's not just giving them a room in a hostel or whatever. What that actually means is making sure that they can build a life. Because if they can't, and at the moment they really can't do that, what are they gonna do? You know, if you're not in a position to, let's say, pick up a woman that you might find attractive, whether it's because you don't have the money, the education, the looks, the whatever, well, you're still gonna want or need or whatever sex. So what exactly does anyone think that they're gonna do? Because you do want to have sex, right? Assuming you're somewhat healthy and normal and not too old and so on. But if you're unable to get it the normal way, shall we say, walking up to a lady, hello, hello, whatever, then I don't know. The only other, let's say, solution would be to maybe hope that they're going to go and visit some sex workers of sorts. But surprise, surprise, the sex workers actually charge for the service. It's not free. And while these guys are getting some money every week, it's not going to be enough to pay for that as well. So, yeah, what exactly do they think is going to happen? And on a similar note, right, you're letting them in, but they are not actually that familiar with your culture. They probably don't like it that much anyway. And your glorious idea is that eventually they will integrate. Like, how? They will never look like you, they will never speak the language on a similar level. They're coming from a place where they were unable to gain what your society deems to be useful skills. Like right now, in the UK, there's this so-called AI boom, right? People want machine learning engineers, whatever, artificial intelligence engineers, random bullshit titles. And I feel like maybe these skills were not properly prioritized in Somalia, Eritrea, and whatever, wherever else. I feel like maybe it wasn't on the curriculum there when these guys went to school, assuming, of course, that they did go to school. So, like, what do you expect? Because they come here, and if they see that the future that you've allowed them to have is to be a minimum salary, minimum wage worker, um, who can't even afford to rent a place because the minimum wage is below the cost of renting something half decent in most places, then like, what do you think is going to happen exactly? You know what I mean? Okay, I think they changed Quagmiran, if that's possible. He wasn't supposed to be able to do that. He never did that before. I suppose we'll find out. I had to pop I had to pop my Hellstone there, which again doesn't normally happen. It was kind of super awkward. I could very well. Okay, the spinning blade is up here. So I think I'm gonna have to try to bait Submiran using a Void Walker, maybe? Not sure how that's going to work. Come on, bro, go for him. Yeah, just need to hold him in place long enough, right? So that it gets desynced from the rest of the pack, so I get a chance to actually dodge these guys when they come here. Mm. But sadly, that does mean wasting the shard. And it doesn't buy me a whole lot of time either. It's kind of tricky.
This place.
Hmm. Well, hopefully I can recover that shard. Hopefully. Okay. At least I got one of the shards back. Something, right? Trying to make sure that this guy gets damage enough to get a chance to have him come over. So he slows down a lot behind Quagmiran. And then, with a bit of luck, I'm able to get to him, right? And drain him, but that's way too late. That is just way, way, way too late. It's not gonna happen, not like that anyway. Mm. These guys, however, they should make it here and they should allow me to dot them before Quagmiran reaches this place. Like, I'm not entirely sure, but we'll see if I manage to desync them properly. And of course, I've got 2 Shadow Trances, 2 Nightfall procs, right? When I'm unable to use them. Amazing, isn't it? These guys, they take a lot to die. Fuck me. Don't tell me I'm dying here. Yeah, I am dying. Hmm. I no longer had a soul stone. Hellstone, I mean. That's quite unfortunate. And unfortunately, those guys were not in range either. That was super bad luck getting both Geyser and the other thing, the poison spit. Yeah, that healing potion would have been super useful earlier, but there you go. And now I don't actually have water walking anymore, nor do I have a swim speed potion, so this will actually be very, very difficult. Getting across that lake before Quagmiran gets a chance to reach me. That's going to be, yeah, super difficult. But hey, when are we going to allow something super difficult to stop us, am I right? And on that note, I actually had healing potions and I didn't use one. I hadn't even noticed. GG. Yeah, kids don't do that. Mhm. And as always, I don't really have food with me either, because why would I, right? Yeah, had I used one healing potion, that would have been enough to allow me to continue that, but because I didn't, here we go again. And now I don't actually have Soulstone on either. I don't even know why I created that one, because I'm certainly not able to use it, right? I'm also very, 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 very late on the Eye of Kilrog, relative to where the patrol is, of course. Not sure if that's gonna buy me enough time, probably not. Blood is like venom. Bro, I did not ask for a medical report, but thank you, I guess. Yeah, this one is actually going to be quite rough. I don't know if I can make it without swim speed or water walking potion. It is very, very difficult. I am going to try, but I might just die. And I've not brought more potions, I just had those two left over from ages ago. It's probably worth a shot, but I don't I don't know whether it's going to work. Not really convinced, to be honest. If you're watching this, I'll take your bet. Am I gonna make it, or is it going to be a very, very sad wipe? Because I'm heartstoning out of this place if I die. I don't have another potion, so you know what I mean. Imp is not in the right position there, but I really don't feel like I had a lot of options, you know what I mean? 4 minutes, that's too long. I'm not waiting 4 minutes. Oh, bro, are you attacking or what? Okay. And what I've done is, and what I'm gonna be doing is both stupid and dangerous, because I'm not sending a Void Walker to slow down Quagmira, I'm just running like a maniac, or rather swimming like one. And that normally will give Quagmira enough time to reach me. It's a very risky bet, but seeing how I don't have any potions left, I don't really have any other option anyway. Oh, fuck me, right? Yeah, fuck it, I fucked up. Not gonna bother with this shit for now. It's not worth it. I will try to buy a couple of potions and do this. Because I just can't be bothered. Like, what's the point in trying to do that sort of nonsense without...
Do not
I think I
loiter.
could have done it, to be fair, but could have, would have, should have, didn't.
Death to all who oppose us.
Let's just buy a couple of potions and I can do that without all those risks. Orgrimmar. Okay, let's get one of these and one of these. Oh, that's expensive. Very expensive. Whatever. And now I'm going to just get a Hearthstone to get back there. It's kind of nasty because I've still got 8 minutes rest sickness, but I'm not gonna wait it out. Not worth it. Mm. And yeah, get a Hearthstone, and here we go. 7 minutes. 6. It's gonna take a while to get there, I suppose, so it's not the end of the world, but I feel like I may have wasted even more time if I tried to corpse run to the instance and then hardstone from the instance and so on, so that's why I took the resurrection sickness and just said fuck it. Definitely not ideal, but like, I don't know, running back to the instance would have taken me a few more minutes anyway. It's a shame they don't have a molly in TBC. That would have been amazing. Just being able to mail myself to mail a pot to myself and just put down a mailbox in the instance and so on. And all this because I got greedy on those 2 box rocks, which I totally didn't need to, but oh well, it is what it is. They've really made this entrance here to 4 instances, you know, Slave Pen, Thunderbox, Involts, and SSC. They really made players go swim through this nonsense. Like, bro, are you serious? Those guys did come pretty close, so a bit, just a bit weird. I'm gonna let these boys run. But now, unfortunately, I don't have the soulstone, so here's the hoping that I won't screw up on going on going through those packs, squeezing through them. Because without a soulstone, that's going to be a bit annoying, I would say. Those packs here, that's what I'm talking about. If I somehow fail to squeeze through them, then that's going to be a bit of a problem. Normally, when I cross this place, it's right at the start, and I've got my soulstone up. So even if I die somewhere there, I just immediately use the soulstone and keep moving. But this time, obviously, I will not have that option. Hopefully, yeah, it looks fine. The patrol on the left was in the right spot, so I got sort of lucky there. I had to bandage there just because I'm gonna have to bandage after the fall from the bridge, so it's better if the cooldown is just ticking down normally. Damn, bro, I'm too late. But wouldn't make much of a difference, I think. We'll see. Maybe I should have bought a swiftness potion as well, but I guess I'm just too cheap for that. And the patrol is just coming back. That's not good. Yeah, imagine fish complaining about the smell of human. I mean, it would make sense, but you know. 2 minutes for the soulstone. Probably not going to have it on the pool. And I don't know how this buff was supposed to help us with the dailies in Blade's Edge. Like what? 15% movement speed? Who is going on foot there? Like, I don't know. Okay, so now I guess I'm gonna be pulling on that on the next pass here, maybe. And I'm probably gonna get the patrol once again, but we'll see. Yeah, I'm probably getting both packs this time. Oh well, what can you do, right? Yeah, why am I calling? That's a good question. Let's try to get that sorted. That should have bought enough time, maybe. Because he stopped to do the whole acid spray thing on the Void Walker. Let's try not to aggro the pack this time. Wouldn't that be something, am I right? Oh crap, those guys are pretty close. And they are going to be super desynced. Yikes. It's huge yikes, actually. This is not looking great. Not one bit. I'm gonna have to use the soulstone here, because I might actually die with how poorly those guys were pulled. Let's see if we can delay them.
Send me back.
Yeah, I will send you back, bro. That you can be absolutely sure. For real. In fact, I may send you back a few times. Okay, so the box strokes came here first. That's nasty. Oh, but actually it's not that bad. Maybe? We'll see. Ah, yeah, poison body, sure. Another volley? Yeah, sure. I just have to avoid being too greedy here and just waiting. I just need to wait a bit for these guys to come down. Because that's how you die here a lot of times. You move too fast. Yeah. Now, bro, you go back. Do not want. Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna try to be less greedy on these two guys. Like, that was what I've done was completely unnecessary, leading to that death. I had no reason to be that greedy. Mm. Let's see if we can get yeah, he did. I was gonna say, let's see if we can get him to use Poison Volley to get distinct from them a bit more. And he was nice enough to do that for us. And let's just try to do that again. Can we get him to stop to do Poison Volley? Maybe? Hello? Yeah. What a lovely guy. Honestly, let's try to get a couple of shots here if we can. Bro, where are you going, bro? Okay. That will do. And now we just play it the normal way, no longer have to worry about these guys. We are just going to work with Quagmiran. Yeah, Poison Volley, sure. Not a problem. Nope. Mm. Mm. Good boy. Come to Papa. That whole Curse of Doom thing, it only takes like 4% of its HP, so it's really starting to feel a bit annoying. It's much better when you get it trinketed and with amplified curse and whatever, but the normal one, kind of feel like it's not really worth casting, to be honest. On the next pass though, I will try to do Curse of Doom again, because I should have my trinket up in 7 seconds, and I should also have amplified curse on. Well, not on, available, really. Yeah, kind of like that. Because the trinketed one, so trinketed with amplified curse, that tends to hit significantly harder. Not just 4%, but more. I can't remember how much more, but I'll try to figure it out now. Let's try to see that. And on this pass, I will probably just swap Doom for Agony, because that's not worth it, I feel like. Okay, so 41%, 36. Now it takes like 5%. It's not bad, but it's nothing to write home about either. And from 35% with Agony and Corruption, that's what? Let's see. Might still be worth using Curse of Doom though. Not a huge fan of the whole thing, but it's kind of just simple math. Although, if you think about it, Curse of Agony would be over 24 seconds. You would have time for 2.5 curses. So, Yeah, that kind of tends to complicate the math a bit. I don't think I will have time to put up a trinketed Curse of Doom though. Would be nice, but actually, who knows? Nah, that wasn't enough time. Well, it doesn't matter. At this point, he's going to be slowing down quite a bit. Something is super awkward today. Like he's doing some things he's not supposed to be doing, and he's reacting to having to turn around a bit slowly. Not sure what that's all about. I think this will be the last Curse of Doom, maybe. So yeah, I think I'm just gonna play it like that. I'm gonna let him run back with agony, corruption, and whatever ticking on him. Hopefully he's not gonna die in some stupid place where I can't reach him easily. That hasn't happened to me in a very long time. What did we get today? Royal Tanzanite. That is utter crap, but it is 3 gold. 5 gold. Wow, they finally dropped now. 7.7, and this, well, it's mostly for the nether anyway, so not gonna complain. Hey bro, can I get kicked out of here? We can actually queue for Mekanar again. Let's just put raid gear lock in there. Nether IHR. What I, bro? I think this guy meant to go for slave pens. Don't remember any I Mekanar.
Choose wisely. The reckoning is at hand.
Okay, and let's bank this stuff. Why not?
The eternal sun guides us. Shorelaran.
How many? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Again, hello, Mac HE, Nether HR. How about no? Hello, ignore. Whoever the fuck you are, go fuck yourself. And by the way, that's something I wanted to say for a while. I think I may have mentioned it before actually, but I'm not entirely sure. If they release Classic Plus without implementing personal loot, I'm not buying it. If it's, free, as in, included in the WoW subscription and whatever, then I might give it a shot.
Open
If
your heart
it's
to the light.
if they want to charge for it, like they would charge for an expansion or whatever, and if personal loot is not implemented and forced, then I'm not buying it, bro. Like, yeah, go sell that to
Dionys?
someone else. I'm not putting up with, I don't know how many more years of this bullshit. I held out Mac HC, Nether HR, and who is this? Some warrior. Like, imagine a warrior from a guild that couldn't spell war song, right? Ural Moros. Like, bro, just fuck off. And I'll be right back. And would you believe it? The skillless warrior. Imagine. Blacksmithing weapon midway through SSC and TK. What a fucking scrub. Yeah, these shitters, they just keep on coming, man. Like, I need that for my blacksmithing weapon, I need that for whatever. Bro, go solo if you feel that it needs to go to you. I just went and I just soloed SP. Go do the same shit if that's what you need. Can't? Well, too fucking bad. Let's see if there's anything. Of course. How do I ignore this guy? Oh shit, I can't. Oh yeah, I can. No, I can't. Should I? No, I'll just sit around. Don't actually need to do this. Don't need to do it at all. Don't need to do it today. But if it happens, fine. Yeah, this bullshit right here. This is why I said I am not fucking buying any so-called classic plus thing unless it comes with forced personal loot. The stuff that we had in Warlords of Draenor, I think, for a while. If it still comes with master looting, with all that bullshit, then yeah, I'm just not touching it. Fuck it. Simply not willing to put up with this bullshit for Classic Plus or whatever it's going to be called. I don't know. Like, look at this. And this isn't even all of it, because there were a few retards earlier. Babakus and Nether Rachel, you cool? Yeah, I'm cool, but you're not cool. I go Mechanars, Unwanted, plus Nether. You should note how they're not just reserving the Nether, but other stuff as well, right? For 1900 GS tank doesn't mean jack shit to me. Hello, Mech HC, Nether HR. Hey, wanna go Mech HC, but Nether is HR. Like, I'm not paying for this bullshit. If that's what they're putting in with this, I'm fine, because I've not been paying for WoW in I don't know how many years, but many, many years. Ever since the WoW token was introduced, basically. Firstly, I bought a bunch of those tokens with gold made from the garrison back in Warlords of Draenor. And that lasted for a few years. Can't remember how many, but a few good years. Then I made a bunch of gold in GTKPs, and I kept buying WoW tokens because what else would I do with the gold, right? And that's still valid today. Like my so-called WoW subscription has been paid with tokens for, I don't know, I think 18 more months, give or take. I can't even remember. It was a while ago. So for this shit, I don't mind because it's just sort of a free-to-play game. Can't expect much from it. But if their intention is to charge for Classic Plus, yeah, only if force personal loot is a thing there. I can't be fucked with this thing. Like, all of these fuckers, all of these retards, they feel that somehow their time is more valuable than mine. And you know what? I'm willing to bet that if I count their incomes, take them all together, it's not gonna be half of mine. Like, half would be amazing for them, but it's not. It's not gonna be that. Like, what? Who the fuck do you think you are? But neither it's HR. But how about no? Do we have anything interesting? No. Okay, guess we're not doing that. Where is... Not sure if I have it with me or whether it's in the bank. Yeah, actually I do have it with me. Might as well fly around and see if we can get some primal mana in the meantime. That's not really worth much these days. I think it's something like 16 gold for a primal mana, but since I'm not really doing much else, I might just sit around, ride around, fly around, whatever, see if I can gather a few of those. And in the meantime, if you're watching this and if you're bored, I'll just have a chat with you, whoever you are. Let's see. Do I have the thing with me? This. Mhm. This stuff, farming for primals using the mode extractor, I kind of feel like it's been oversold, so to speak. As in, people talk about how you're gonna make a lot of gold with this. No, you're totally not going to make a lot of gold with this. It's hardly worth anything, to be honest. You can basically fly around for a very, very, very long time and not come across a single cloud because there are so many people who are doing that. And a lot of them are going to be paladins. They're going to reach these things much faster than you. But again, since we're just queued up waiting for a normal group, I might as well do this stuff. Like, why not, right? this whole concept that someone else has to have priority, that someone else needs to get things before you do, that it's always someone else, it's never you, right? It's boring as fuck. Now, I don't know how to phrase this in a more, let's say, friendly way, in a more polite way. But you know how these days a bunch of people are having financial issues of sorts? You constantly hear about them, like all you have to do is you open up whichever sort of social media bullshit you might be using, and you're going to see someone going like, if I don't find a job by, I don't know, some random date, then I stand to be evicted, the bank is gonna take my house and whatever. I'm not in that situation. I'm not rich, but I'm doing all right. I don't have a mortgage, the house is paid for, like, no problem. And the reason for that, because that's the point, not how I'm doing, the reason for it is that a long, long time ago, decades ago in fact, instead of simply putting up with the status quo, because it's the same in real life, you must have noticed by now if you're an adult, you know, you go for a job and they're like, this job pays minimum wage, but you need to do a really good job in order to be able to stay with us, because we only take the most dedicated workers and whatever, something along those lines anyway. The speech differs based on what sort of job you're applying for, but the message is the same, right? And decades ago, I decided that that wasn't for me. What was for me was asking, right, what's in it for me? Because if you're paying, you know, minimum wage, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. But then I'm putting it the minimum effort, as it were. I'm not giving it any sort of I don't know, second thought or whatever. Because if it's minimum wage, then any other job will pay the same or more, right? I've never worked for the minimum wage. I've been sort of fortunate in that regard. But the point stands, like, if you're offering me an opportunity, as they all tend to call it, that's absolutely fine. But the question is, what's in it for me? And at this point, I don't need anything from like an art, like gear of sorts or whatever. None of the items that drop in there are of interest to me. Oh, damn, I've got the pinning labels, they just showed up. So I don't need anything. The only thing that might be sort of interesting is the nether. It's just sort of interesting, not actually interesting. I don't much care about it because I'm able to get one per day, 100%, whatever. But being a heroic, I might as well roll on it. I've got like a 20% chance, and that's fine. You know, I sort of enjoy that sort of thing. Let's see if we get lucky today, yada yada yada. But these people, they're all like, you know, my time is more valuable than yours. My need is greater than yours. Like, no, what's in it for me? Like, there's no gear in there. Nether is the only thing I might be interested in. Rolling on it is fine. I'm not asking anyone to HR it for me, to give it to me, as it were. But at the same time, I'm not really open to accepting that sort of nonsense like, oh, it's HR for me, it's HR for tanks. So what if you're a tank? What do I care about your tanking? I've played a tank plenty of times, never done this sort of nonsense. Like, yeah, okay, you're a tank. So, not to mention that like 99% of these tanks can't even hold aggro. Like, you have to play around their incompetence. It's not like we're going in an instance and I start spamming seed and it's no problem and the tank can hold aggro and whatever. No. It's basically a struggle to allow them to believe that they are tanks, that they can actually hold aggro. Like, no, you actually can't. if you're supposed to be holding aggro, you're just doing it because I'm sort of restraining myself, and that's it. And it's not just me, like, you should see some of the arcane mages and some of the hunters who are able to pull, like, you know, close to 2.5k DPS in heroic. I'm a tank, so fucking what? Even funnier with the 1900 gear score, yeah? So, what's your point? Like, if your gear score is so high, what do you need another for? Oh, to make some gold because you want to craft something and sell it. Well, so do the rest of us, right? Let's see, we got an invite. And we've also got a cloud. Not gonna whine. Pompo and Andrew. Don't think I played with them before, but well, why not? Let's see. And the man goes, yo. I would respond, but I am from a different culture, so best not get involved. Yeah, this is not exactly a great money maker, is it? So far I've got 6 motes of mana, kind of meh. Like at this point, you might as well just be grinding normal mobs, killing them in a few shots and just collecting the greys, and you'd probably make more gold. Next reset, which is tomorrow, I might actually just buy some more arena gear for my rogue, and I might do theme vaults instead of what I used to do, which was mana tombs. But I suppose we'll see. You know, by the way, do you know what the problem is? Wanted items for tank. Delusional. Absolutely delusional. Do you know what the real reason is for this shit? Why it won't go away? It's the rules they've put in place. The so-called social contract that they ask you to agree to, or rather force you to agree to if you want to play. Like you can't whisper some really nasty things to those guys because if you do, you'll get banned. Of course, if they do whisper you with their delusional demands, that's not breaking the social contract. The only thing that's breaking the social contract, according to these assholes, is if you respond, right? So if that retard had whispered me and I told him to go fuck the whore who failed to abort him, then I would be breaking the social contract. But his initial whisper, you know, unwanted HR, nether HR, whatever, that doesn't somehow break the social contract. Because that's how the current society works, you know. It's you've got that retard who's going to work and breaking his back for 30 years or 40 years to do a good job, and then maybe he gets laid off at some point when the company is run by some maniac who wants to increase profits by 0.00001%, right? And that is absolutely fine. That is the current society. So we've got a similar social contract here where these assholes can manifest as they wish, but you're not allowed to tell them anything because that breaks the social contract, guys. You can't tell them their failed abortions. You can't tell them that based on their names, they probably choke on, I don't know, 20 cocks a day just to keep some stale, moldy bread on their table somewhere in Russia or whatever, some other failed shithole. Now that you can't do because that would break the social contract, guys. We don't want to break the social contract. We want to be polite to each other. That's what keeps them going, because if they had 200 people a day whispering them, telling them to go fuck themselves, eventually they would get really tired of it and they would stop. But because no one's allowed to tell them anything, they will keep doing this because why wouldn't they, right? It's just like with other stuff in real life, and especially on social media, on in virtual environments, shall we say, because people don't get punched in the nose often enough at least, well, they tend to keep up this stupid act. Bro, where are you going? Like, to people. Ever. Hmm. Whatever sort of behaviors bother you in real life. You know, for example, you've got some retard making a lot of noise with a shit, I don't know, 2,000 pounds motorcycle at fucking 3 a.m. It's because no one stopped to knock them out, because that would be against the law. It's the same in this game. As long as some behaviors are not penalized in a serious way, like I said, maybe getting a proper beating or something, people are going to keep doing that shit. They just can't help themselves. Like, what's gonna happen to me if I try to HR so-called unwanted stuff? Okay, we've got the druid here, gonna soul stone this guy cause he might die. And actually we're gonna get an imp out, that should help a bit. Which spec do I currently have? Oh crap. I was in my PvP spec, unfortunately. Didn't even have any mana on the pool, but that's alright. Okay, are we going or? I am going to guess that they're gonna try to pull here, which always ends up being a bit messy, to say the least. You see what I mean with the aggro part? Like, I wasn't even doing anything special there. Not like I'm actively trying to pull aggro. Can't target the fucker.
A painful death.
Yes, so do I. Sadly, I don't have Soul Shatter, so I'm gonna have to be a bit careful here. Okay, Pompo is the guy who got it. The blue crystal. You know what? Maybe while we're waiting, you guys could get a Hellstone. is coming. Probably not a good idea. Wipe on this stuff, but no, of course they couldn't do that. What was I thinking? Am I right? Yep. Trying to kill one of them so the tank takes less damage, but it hasn't been working out too great, I have to say. I've been the chat for the poor DPS warriors. Sorry, I wanted to do more HC. Okay. Whatever that means, alright. Well, I guess we're enslaving one guy. Oh, sorry, you're not even allowed to say that anymore. Now it's not enslaving, it's subjugating, right? That makes it so much better. That pet is not going to live for much longer, I'm afraid. Actually, let's grab this new guy.
You have approximately 5 seconds to live.
Well, we'll just have to see about that, won't we? Okay, Soul Shatter again. No, have to stop DPS or I will get aggro. Just gonna summon my imp instead. Give a tank a chance to catch up. Pompo and Joe, okay. Pray for me, guys. I don't have Soul Shatter at the moment. Yeah, let's Bloodlust now before the polarities are even in. Genius, pure genius. Oh well, whatever. Doesn't matter. Can't quite tell the polarities. This guy is positive though, so I'm staying the hell away. And so is this guy. Unlucky. We're not getting the buff. I'm minus. Killing them at the worst possible time, because now we have to struggle for about a minute. Yeah, please don't run into me unless you wanna die. Genius. What can you do? Am I right? Okay, those guys. I think we kind of figured that out, mate. Yeah, this stuff, it's worth, what, 2 gold? This would be the unwanted that those greedy cunts are always trying to reserve. Of course, most of them would be enchanters, so for them it's more like 20 gold. What? Pulled one of these guys, alright. Oh crap, I still have my... lol. That's hilarious. I forgot to switch my helm. Genius, bro. Not that it makes much of a difference, am I right? But yeah, a bit screwed. Well, we've got it on now. That was a single immolate, by the way, nothing else. Well, that should be good for my priest. I use those instead of regular super mana potions in TK. Sometimes. But yeah, like I was saying, the reason for which I'm not in the sort of shit situation a lot of people are in is that I went for the what's in it for me approach a long time ago. And this is the same reason for which I do not accept that bullshit like HR, whatever, for me, for the tank, for now, bro. If I want that sort of shit, I will just go and look for another job at a corporation where they can ask me to do a lot of work and in return they will allow me to, I don't know, nothing. Bit of a rough one with so much aggro, but hey, we are farming shards, that's gotta count for something. And I won, to gold. There for everyone.
Don't value your life.
What? How? Okay, guess we're doing this. Tank probably got dragon breath or something.
Think you can take the heat?
Lady, I think I would rather not take the hit. And this is why I do not accept that bullshit. This and what I just said. Like, I don't need to put up with this nonsense. Oh yeah, you know, something is hot reserved for me. Did I win a blue? Who can? Super Matcha. Let's see if he can truly disenchant my blues. Ah, okay. Did you mean that as in and then give you the shard, or it was more like you can disenchant them and keep the shard? Okay, that's going to be a clear aggro. Doesn't matter though. Or not, because I got slept and We don't have Tremor Totem because we didn't bring this Shaman. I did. But now is probably not the best time to be looking into that. Okay, don't have Soul Shatter anymore, just gonna slack a bit. Yeah, the shard, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now I'm going to have some shards for arenas later. Well, that worked. And that, by the way, is without using Seed of Corruption. But yeah, some random tank would be like, yeah, but hard reserve Nether, a Bacchus, and then Wanted, and your firstborn, and what? That is 100% an arena druid. That move with the War Stomp and followed by the heal, that was 100% arena. What? Fuck Dane.
We are on a
We
strict
probably
timetable.
don't need it
We
anymore.
will not interfere.
Well, we're not here to interfere, we're just here to kill you. Calm down.
You work for me now.
I'm not gonna fear our healer.
Time to supplement my workforce.
How about fuck you and your workforce?
on.
Is full. Alright. Guess we're taking that. We're getting rid of this. We're rolling greed on these two things. And I want a Beast Lord Helm, which is always nice. And we're rolling need on the Primal Nether, which we don't win. But I can get this guy to maybe disenchant the Beast Lord Helm for me. Why can I not get this? Do I already have one? Okay, guess I can get my shard.
Thanks.
Must have used one of those gems somewhere in a piece of gear. But yeah, I've done this now on the Warlock, so I will switch to the Shadow Priest after I turn in the quests. So much for the whole pay charge stuff. Like, no, thank you. Didn't win the Nether, but that's alright. I wasn't really banking on that, so to speak. I'm just...
Farewell.
Did have a small chance of winning, but of course that doesn't really mean anything. With the Primal Nether, I mean. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. What's important for me is not winning or losing that. What's important for me is just not accepting the bullshit they try to come up with, like that stuff is hard reserved or whatever. Nah, bro, it's not. We're not doing that. Okay, so now we're gonna try to do the same thing here. Just putting that out there. Oh, this guy with the unwanted nether HR. You know how he was in the queue before I actually got the invite on my Warlock? Well, he's still in the queue. You'll be happy to know that. With their unwanted and nether HR. Because no one bothered to tell these fuckers that none of us need anything from these instances anymore, and we're just doing them for a daily quest and the chance to maybe get a nether, maybe a green or something. In fact, if he's got a normal name, I'm going to go ahead and ignore him. Just to make sure we don't get any unwanted whispers, right? And yeah, same with this guy. 1670 GS, don't need loot healing for net. Bro, none of us need loot anymore. Alright, walking away from the desk for a few minutes. I don't think anyone's gonna whisper in 4 minutes, but who knows. So on the SP, we've got these things. I didn't actually craft the blue ones, you know, the normal ones that would help you detect clouds, but I just realized that I have this thing, which I've just made a few days ago because I was kind of wondering what it would seem like, what it would look like. I'm not really sure about it yet, but it can at least help with this. finding clouds. Still wondering whether it's worth trying to use it in raids. Not quite sure about it yet. Because obviously if you're using this, you're losing the set bonus, you know, blasting. So it's kind of iffy. I've got to check the seams again and again. I also have to switch some gear around because it also means losing the hit from Spell Strike Hood. And if you thought it took a long time to find a group as a warlock, just wait to see what it looks like when you're trying to find a group as a Shadow Priest. Shadow Priests, generally speaking, are not really wanted in instances. They don't tend to be top DPS. They also do not necessarily bring a lot of CC other than in a few instances. For example, in Setek Hall's Heroic, it's kind of nice to have one. But generally speaking, they're not really wanted. People don't really want to invite a Shadow Priest. Some Paladins tank. Some Paladins do like them because they do, you know, save some time. You don't have to blink that often. But most of the time, most people would rather pick something else. So yeah, if you thought that getting a group on the Warlock took a while, wait and see how long it takes for a Shadow Priest to find a group. That's going to be fun. I probably have enough time to farm quite a few primals. Speaking of which, hello there. Not normally worth trying to do this thing here. I feel like you'd be better off in Nagrand with Primal Air or something, but or even Shadowmoor Valley with Primal Shadow. But since I am queued for Mekanar, it's probably best to stick around here and just get things going quickly if they need help to summon people and so on and so forth. And every time I do this sort of thing, I can only imagine how nice it would be to play a Paladin with Crusade Aurora and ideally the Ashes of Alar as well, because that's a 310 mount. So that goes really fucking fast. Like I said, the whole concept of farming primals using engineering is overrated, to say the least. It's an idea that's oversold. I don't really think it's worth the time. Like, I'm pretty sure that you can farm, I don't know, 16 gold, whatever a primal mana is worth, much faster just by killing random mobs and rendering the grey trash they drop. And yeah, all these guys flying around that I just happened to come across, they're probably doing the exact same thing. What do we have here? And someone else, another engineer, was just going for it as well. Mm. So yeah, to be honest, these two professions, they're kind of shit, I wanna say, in Burning Crusade. But I will not abandon them. I've got engineering and tailoring on both the Shadow Priest and the Warlock. I'm not going to abandon them because they're still best trading professions, both in Burning Crusade and later on in Wrath. So I could abandon them. I could get something more, shall we say, profitable. But yeah, I would just rather have them and not have to worry too much about leveling professions in Wrath. When Wrath comes, you just need like, I don't know, 25 skill points in each to go from 375 to I think it's 400, where you can get the enchant, like the tailoring cloak thing and gloves, extra haste or whatever, and the boots, if I remember correctly, speed on boots. So it's more like you're completely, immune to the whole profession hype where everyone's trying to level the profession in Wrath, and meanwhile you're done in like half an hour on both characters. So I can't be bothered to change it. I'm kind of happy with these. But when it comes to gold, I'm happy with them. They don't make any gold. Like with tailoring, the only thing that sells at the moment is the runic spell thread, which requires a nether. And with engineering, you don't really get to sell anything, but it's more like you can make sort of a DPS helm or even healing, whatever. Trouble with that is that it's not that great. It's not bad, like super bad, but it's not really great either, not compared to Spell Strike. You can upgrade it at some point, I think it's in Sunwell, I'm not 100% sure, but it's going to be a long time until that happens. So long, in fact, that I didn't even bother to max engineering to get to 375. It is super easy to get there, like all I would need to do would be to make some of those bots, whatever they're called, yeah, prepare bot 110, but I've not done it. I should probably do it and just sell the bots. It shouldn't be that much of a problem. But like I said, it's going to take such a long time to get there that I sort of can't be bothered. And I can't even remember whether the engineering thing just becomes a trainer recipe or whether it's one of those Sunwell drops. I can't remember. It's been a really long time. Okay, apparently we've got a group. I guess we're going back to Spell Strike. Are you all here? Nope. Okay, let's summon these people. Okay, that should be everyone. So we should be good to go. PV gear, yeah, I do. What I don't have, however, is enough drinks. I keep forgetting to buy drinks. I should be alright now. And ready to roll. But yeah, are they gonna pull half the instance? That's why you wanna kill them first, bro. And that was a huge mistake. I just dispelled the unstable affliction. Didn't even look. Yeah, I know. I just saw the buff and I went like, yeah, I'm dispelling that. Okay, we've got two of them. Which is kind of not what you want to see, but at the same time it shouldn't truly make a difference. Wouldn't really DPS too hard in here, cause we just got aggro a moment ago, but really it's not like Shadow Priests are going to be doing a ton of DPS anyway, right? That guy is going to call for help, and he might call this guy, not sure. Nope, he did. GG. And again, there's a reason for which we do not don't reserve bullshit. And this is a pretty serious part of that reason, let's put it that way. Are you ready, friend? You have to wonder why the shaman chose to put up Wind Fury instead of putting up Wrath of Air, which would have buffed both me and the tank. But that's the sort of thing we do not argue about. Whatever makes you happy, bro. Not gonna argue. Oh, is he pulling?
Predict a painful death.
Like it. Someone's going to pull those two guys, I can just feel it.
Dispel boss.
Just dispel the boss, no problem. Nope, we don't have loot, so that is most balanced. I had no idea they were gonna skip these guys, but I'm not going to complain. Don't need them anyway. Oh, really, bro? Just when I procced my set bonus, you're gonna do that? Is this then not another binder? Okay. If you say so. Those guys absolutely suck. Oh, he's skipping that backup, right? Okay, bro. No problem. I don't care about the explosion, that's fine. Oh, are you pulling the... Not yet, I suppose. Bro, can you like not do that, please? Okay, it's balance, doing a bit of DPS, but not going full out. So avoid getting aggro. That's the only challenge for Shadow Priests in instances. Well, that and getting invited to a group in the first place, of course. Wonder if anyone even knows what I mean. But plus, where says plus? Very, very nice indeed. Sadly, I kind of have to hesitate a lot before doing this sort of thing. Oh, fuck off, mate. Yeah, I had agro issues there, so I had to stop and get the hell out from there. But play this live just because, but it's kind of dangerous. You could continue, you could keep
You have
nuking, but
approximately
it's
5
so
seconds to
risky, it's just not
live.
worth it. I'm getting hit. Oh, because the dude lost his polarity. And the other guy was not far along. Did you use it as a quick phone? Look how they doing. Yeah, those guys. Do you want to kill everything first? Yeah. Pretty good code for shadow tools. Not now, but eventually they will pretty neat and people saying like, what are that is doing? We're doing fine. Absolutely fine. Oh. We're also pulling without much of a break. That's fine. What for? What are you sorry for? Seemed fine to me. Maybe dispel. No, okay. Obviously, it does not allow me to drink for more than 2 ticks. That's fine. We should be good. Just decided to randomly dispel that solar burn because the tank was getting so low that it was a bit dangerous already. What about now? Am I allowed to drink now? Yeah, I am. Well, probably not stopping for me, but for the healer. Who cares? We're gonna take advantage of that. Here we go, boys.
Don't value your life, do you?
Yikes. Big yikes.
Think you can take the heat?
I don't want to take the hit, lady. I'm just trying to do a bit of DPS. Where's the tank? Hello, tank. Probably got dragon breath, but I mean, we have to count back, right? I am getting super griefed by these mobs, bro. Like super griefed. 2 of them on my ass constantly. No, it's probably because the other dude died. Yeah, unfortunate. Yeah, my man probably greeded like hell over there. Oh, he DPS the Raging Flames, that's why he's over my damage. I've done like close to 0 DPS to them. It's pointless to DPS them. if only you would stop doing Wind Fury and maybe use Wrath of Air instead. Imagine how well we could be doing. But here we are, and here you are. Really winning a lot of stuff today, but not gonna complain either. Got 2 shards earlier on my Warlock. Let's just try to regain some mana with that Shadow Film, because it's kind of annoying at this point how we are constantly super low on mana. What was that intervene for, brother? I mean, thank you, but... Right? Not gonna ask. Oh, maybe just trying to get away from the church. There's no idea. Quite sure of why they were nuking us instead of nuking the tank or the healer, but we're not going to complain. Yeah, so see this thing, 1.2 gold. That's what I meant when I said that you're better off just farming some random level 17 units, because they will
We are
drop
on a
this
strict
trash
timetable.
here.
You will not interfere.
Let's burn the fear. Am I getting MC'd or is the shaman getting MC'd? That is the question.
For a team player.
It's the shaman. That's amazing. Silenced.
Time to supplement my workforce.
Maybe I will just do the next fear then.
Looks like we're to be hands-on.
We've got another quest done. This gem is not for us. Nothing in here is for us. Well, somebody wanted that. Can I at least get the nether? Yeah, I can. And I think that was everything, right? Yeah, that was everything. And we rolled an 83 on the nether. Um, and now I am not going to go to Botanica. There's very little point in doing that. I mean,
Your
the
gold is welcome here.
possibility of getting another is obviously always nice, but at the same time,
We will
it's
have
quite a bit of
justice.
effort over nothing. And I don't mean effort in terms of killing the instance, I mean effort in struggling with mana efficiency. Because on those packs where you have to AoE, something I can't do, just multi-dotting and whatever you need to drink after every pack, you barely ever get time to drink, so it's a bit
Anaria
of,
Shola. Keep your wits about you.
it is a bit of a pain. Let's get our 40 gold, because that's why I've done the instance for, 24 gold for that one and 16 for this, and maybe 5 or 10 or 7 for that thing. We're gonna try to sell that. And speaking of that, actually, I just remembered it's June, which means that we can go and get some gems from the consortium guys on both characters. I took some time to get exalted with the consortium, whatever. I kept spamming Manatoms Heroic every day, if I could find the group, when I could find the group. And when I couldn't find the group, I would just go and farm those Axis guys in Netherstone. So eventually I ended up at Exalted, and every month, I think, you can go and do this quest, membership benefits. And depending on your reputation level, they give you some gems, but I don't know, honored, you get some random crap gems. At revered, you get something like a blue gem and a couple of greens, and in theory at exalted, you could even get 3 gems, blue gems that is. The last time I got some gems, but they were utter shit, like I got Thalassite, Star of Elune, that sort of nonsense. They're barely worth the vendor value. But if you're a bit lucky, you could be getting, living rubies, noble topaz, that sort of thing. So I'm gonna do that on both characters, see what we end up with. Maybe, just maybe, we can get something like a couple of living rubies. Wouldn't really be bad, right? And this is the only quest I've not done. Sometimes, depending on the type of mob, it may be soloable, especially for the Warlock with Chain Fear, or it may not be, and it doesn't always drop that item, so it's kind of like too much effort over nothing. Right, so membership benefits. And we got a bag of premium gems. Let's see what premium gems means for the Shadow Priest. I mean, Living Ruby, a Noble Topaz, and a Dawnstone, those aren't bad at all. Let's now check the Warlock, because I've done the same thing on the Warlock. Hopefully I can get another Living Ruby and another Noble Topaz there, but that's not exactly normal. It's more like you have to be lucky. Like I said, the last time I got something like Thalassite and Star of Elune, so definitely not worth waiting a month for that. So that would be the Warlock. Let's see what we get. Hopefully something decent. Another bag of premium gems. I did get one living ruby, but just one gem. The other character got 3, and I am exalted. This one as well. Oh, I mean, you know, you can't really complain about the rubies and the noble topaz, especially when they came, you know, free of cost. So we'll take that, and we're gonna mail these to the alt. I forgot to bank this crap, but we'll do that, no problem. I'm barely starting to recover the gold I spent. I had to spend a lot of gold on a couple of soul roasting chants. One for this, one for the Shadow Priest, and the mats for a third one on the Shadow Priest, because I'm getting the arena weapon tomorrow. So yeah, kind of meh. Lots and lots of gold spent for that, and if I reach 1700 on the Warlock as well, it's going to be even more gold spent on that stuff. Enchant is expensive as hell, man. It's like, I think about 600 gold or something. Okay, apparently we need to go to set our Hearthstone to Tempest Skip. Okay, I can do that. And we're supposed to log off at in front of SSC, which is what I tend to do anyway, but I'm not gonna do that today because I will probably be doing those quests, the daily quests, tomorrow. So at the same time, I guess I could go and set the Hearthstone to Netherstorm. Why not? That's something I can do. The problem with this thing is that the engineering that I've got on this one is that gnomish one that allows me to make a transporter, but not for Netherstorm. This one's for Blade's Edge. It's kind of meh, because, you know, I'm looking at 38, 43, 73, 74, 120, about 122 gold just to get a transporter to Blade's Edge somewhere at Toshli Station. I can't even remember where it is, somewhere, whatever. And I'm not really interested in building that to get to Blade's Edge. Like, what for? There's nothing there other than the Yogli-La part, but who actually cares about that, right? But yeah, I think I'm gonna end the stream here. This has been it for today. And I'm just gonna go and get the Hearthstone set there to Netherstorm. And I'll see you guys probably later this evening or tomorrow.